Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra the Orcish Fiddler here. Why do I not sound right? Oh, I know why I don't sound right in my own head. I forgot to turn on my the power behind my speakers. or my headset. Okay, everything sounds better now. But welcome in, Kepasagi. I hope that you're doing well. I hope that your YAMLs are yummy, and that your archipelago goes well. And I hope your family call goes well as well. Val, welcome in. How you doing tonight? Hope that you are also doing well. I feel like I have to regain stage or something. But yeah, it is Tuesday once again. Time for some more Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Gotta de-rust, become familiar with where everything is, so that I can actually start doing randomizers with this game. To pay attention to messages from my boss. I really don't. Hopefully I don't have to deal with that too much. I don't know what was causing. I had a few drop network frames. I don't know what caused that, but it seems to be. It seems to be okay now. But yeah, it is time for some more Zelda. I believe when we left off, we were in the Fire Temple, or about to go there. So that's going to be fun. The Forest Temple was a little bit of a pain. And I'm trying to remember, before we jump in, what nonsense I had to deal with in the Fire Temple. I know that this is where we get the hammer. Lots of fire, that's mostly what I remember. Which makes sense for the Fire Temple. I don't think I have any tools in particular that are going to be necessary to make it easier, so it's just a matter of jumping right in. But that's not where we saved. We are a kid. Why did I come back here as a kid? Does anybody remember? I thought I remembered what I was doing. I didn't. Like, I know what I have to do next for progression. But was I looking for checks? I don't remember. Okay. Well, we are rather low on bombs. Let me see what I can do to refill that. Mask of Truth check? Checking what with the Mask of Truth? I just have it in my inventory just because. But what am I checking with it? I want to try and get some bombs over at the... there's a check with that mask at the Deku Theater, but it's usually turned off. That's a Mask of Truth thing? Because I did this, scary mask or whatever it was. And I did get the, I think it's a heart piece. So I've done that. Oh. Welcome in, Barili Guillaumier. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I hope you enjoy your stay. Thank you very much for the follow. There's the skull mask for a check and the mask of... Oh, I didn't realize there was a second check. Okay, thank you. Did I get any bombs for that? I did. Great. I do know, I figured, I finally looked to see what I need to do for, to get horse as Adult Link. Usually it's a disabled check, but handy to know that it exists. Yeah, I did not know that that exists. Bombs? No? Okay. He just kind of reared back and then froze. I love it. Bombs. Bombs. Bombs, please. Blurp. Running into walls. Okay. Is it a thing? Okay, there we go. To say, does it reduce the chance based on how many you have? I know I need to get the... Do I have a bomb bag? No, I just have the regular bomb bag. I need the bigger one. Let's see. Where was that? That was in Lost Woods, I believe. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Sorry, my boss is texting me. Hey, SG, welcome in. How you doing tonight? It's good to see you. I hope that you are well. I hope that you are... Oh my gosh. You can hear that emote? Which level is it, Val? Which one do you hear? Because that is from Mario 3, is it not? That says Dashka Tree. From Dash Gamer. SMB. Well, yeah. But which level? Like, which level do you hear in your head? Area 2? Okay. Because I want to say, aren't there some other levels with the palm trees? Although, I don't know if they move. Like I was thinking of, I think it's level 3 of the water world. But I don't know that they move. I think they just sort of chill. I think everything just sort of chills. And that one actually might not be palm trees. Now that I think on it. You know what? I might just have to play Mario 3 again. Let's see. Do a... Up, do. Okay. Put it on the list. Okay. Hang on. I'll get the list. I thought that I had played it. Did I not play it already? I know I did 1 and 2. Maybe I haven't done 3 yet. Cool it, Navi. It's like, I'm writing something down. Chill out. Okay, so now on my list, I've got MAME/arcade games, the Phantasy Star series, Final Fantasy VI, ROM hack ? Pixel remaster ? Fire Emblem, probably for GBA, Ogre Battle / Tactics Ogre / N64 / GBA, so something in the Ogre Tactics thing. Breath of Fire series, Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind, Might and Magic World of Xen, the Lufia games for the Super Nintendo, SimCity, Darklands, the Mass Effect series, which I'm going to have to pace that one out because that's a lot. Microzine for the Apple II computer, text adventure games for the Apple II computer, and Super Mario Bros. 3. So that's on my list. Okay, now, let me see something real quick. They say that it's possible to find a total of 100 gold skull tools throughout Hyrule. Really? I thought they were just 50. Oh god. I forgot there were 100. That's fine. Hit me with your nuts, it's fine. Is my microphone a bit low? It's the volumes that I normally have it at. Let me make sure that I turn this one thing on. Oop. Should probably do that so I don't get hit. Excuse me. Yep, it is on the correct utilization. Did I bump something on my mixer? Don't make me... You're welcome to clip whatever you want. Nope, that's where it's supposed to be. So is that. I'll adjust my gain staging. Or my gain. I haven't gain staged in a while, but I want to say that it's where it should be. Let me, hang on. Alright, I turned it up. Hopefully that's not too loud, but how does it sound now? The thing is, I have to be careful not to have it too loud because I haven't internally heard it clip. It won't clip on, like, on stream. But I have had it so that it's, like, if I yell, it'll clip. Like, well, not clip it, like, what is it? What do I want? Like, it hits the compressor or something, I think. Yeah, unfortunately, my old mixer board, or my old mixer, that had a knob to adjust the compressor, or compression, and what did I say? Did I not say peaks? Or did I just talk about distortion? I don't know. Anyway, it has a knob for the compression. This one doesn't. It's just a toggle on or off. It's just a button. So I can't adjust it. Oh, did I? Well, meh. I mean, it clips the audio. Like the upper and like the volume. It clips it so that it gets distorted. But yeah, peaks. I don't know, there's words. Words are hard. Leave me alone. Shut up, Abby. I don't need your words either. I don't need your sass. But yeah, whatever it is. My compression, it's not adjustable, so I have heard in my ear, like, my voice will get a little bit distorted, and I figure, okay, I must have the gain too high or something, so I figure I'll lower that a little bit, and I thought I heard that a little bit, so I did tweak that slightly, and I must have bumped it too low, so now we're back up, this way. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, I am looking for the stage of the Deku, this Deku stage, so that I can show them my ugly face, and they'll be like, ooh, so pretty. Is this it? This is it. Leave me alone. Stop it. Stop it. All my young Deku Scrub brothers say you have a horrible face. Thanks. But don't worry, we will reward you with many Deku nuts. Okay. Of course, we will also enable you to carry more of them. Great. Abracadabra. Alakazam. You've got a big sack. You can now hold up to 30 nuts. Is that the biggest sack? Holds 40. Does anyone know if my sack is as big as it could be? Thanks, I work out. I don't think I need to be in the Lost Woods anymore, and I don't need to get muted, so... we'll just pop out here. So, why did my rumble pack go off? I feel like I should find a better sound for that other than beep. You'll have to inspect it, but you think it could be bigger? Okay, I didn't know that there was a bigger sack for my nuts. I didn't know that there was a bigger nut sack. Jason, get away from the bomb. Was I not close enough? Okay, am I just... Oh. I didn't mean to do that. We can go bigger? Okay. So, was I supposed to use a bomb there, or why is my rumble pack doing a thing? Or Stone of Agony, I guess it's called. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. It's not helping me. Song of Storms? Oh, okay. I can do that. Oh. Okay. Right, if bombs don't work, use Song of Storms. Yay! Rupees. What do you got to say? Excuse me, I would like to talk to you. They say that the horse Ganondorf rides is a solid black Gerudo stallion. Thanks, that was very helpful. They're a handful of storms, Kratos. Okay. I'll have to remember that that is a way to open them. Because clearly I forgot. What did I really come here as a child for? I don't remember. What was I doing last week? Does anybody remember? Maybe I need to start streaming more often so that I actually remember what the hell I'm doing. I'm looking at my inventory, I'm looking at this stuff, it's like, my brain is like, meh. I don't have enough Skulltulas to get the next thing. Gosh. Let me look at the... guide. Solid Black Gerudo Stallion. Ah yes, my nickname in college. The fourth bottle is as an adult. I suppose technically I could get bomb shoes. They're not strictly necessary, but it's probably a game I should get used to playing. I should get... Okay, I know what I need to do. I don't want to do this, but I need to get used to how playing the games. I could turn them off. Let me ask you something, Kepasagi. Do they frown on making the games instant win? Because I believe that was an option in the randomizer. Because I remember, it was, what was it, the first or second Zelda stream I did? I was trying, I tried to do the stupid, game, frown on what? Doing the auto win for the mini games. I believe that was an option in the randomizer? I'd have to double check. Oh, speaking of double check things, that little icon up in the corner, if you look in the upper left, there's a little tiny, it looks like a little cavern thing. And it goes away when you toggle the map. That's all that is. I think it relates to being indoors versus outdoors. Or in a dungeon versus not. Maybe. Or like, you're in an area with a map, basically. See, like, this doesn't have a map, so it doesn't have that little icon. No spaceship option, honestly, knock yourself out. Okay. But yeah, but that's what that little thing means, and it is actually in the retail version of the game. The thing is, overscan usually hides it, so you never see it anymore. Wrong door. Excuse me. This. I tried this. I kept getting one short. The horseback archery checks are notoriously bad to the point that you disable those checks personally. Yeah, I want to do this. I mean, I can barely do this. Okay. Nope. See? It's just nope. Nope. And they don't recenter you. Ooh. Why do I torture myself with this? Yeah, this is... I won't say I used to be good at this on the original Nintendo 64 controller, because I wasn't. Yeah, that's it. It's the pattern is the same. It's just you gotta freaking move the super sensitive Nintendo 64 directional stick, analog stick, where it needs to go, and that's the problem. That's always been the problem. Oh, for crying out loud! This is going to drive me slowly insane. Oh, finally! Finally! Here's a fantastic present. What is it? Oh, okay, it's the Deku Seeds. Right, okay, so... I've... A bigger sack means more seed. Thank you for the GGs. I'm gonna go and have a cry now. More seed production. Get bent, guy. Yeah. Please? Okay. Please confirm for me. I definitely want the answer to this. He does not have a second prize, does he? Like, he does not have a piece of heart that he's holding on to? It's just money now? Because if he has a piece of heart and I have to play that freaking game again... Oh, I don't want to do that. No, okay, thank you. Thank goodness. Now for the other thing that's horrible and I hate. Yes, lady, wake up. I'm a customer. Yes. Take some money. Oh yeah, this is random, isn't it? No. This game is random prize. 2 checks? Oh no. Is it both childhood and adult? Or is it both in the same spot? I don't even know if it's worth doing it if it's just bombs. There's a setup for it. Yeah, I don't know the setup is the problem. Oh, both are child? Okay. Really? I hope that hit you, lady. Okay. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and explain it, Kepasagi, I am perfectly okay with that. I know this can be either in the center or off to the sides. I don't remember if the back one can move, though. It probably can. Dog, you want to take this bomb chew and just, like, just put it in the hole? You stand straddling the 5th white stripe on the floor from the left side facing straight ahead. Just hold a bomb chew and it explodes on you. What? 1, 2... Okay, Jason, you're in the way. 1, 2, 3... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then it puts you at the right angle to drop chews and hit any hole except the very top. Okay. So, straddle that. Hold this until it explodes. Okay. It's either 4th or 5th. Well, it's fine. We'll try 5th. Just don't move. Okay. And then we do that. That is awesome. Thank you, Kepasagi. Okay, we'll try that again. Ooh. Is that a bigger sack? Okay, so we're gonna try it again. Does it work for this one as well? I'm assuming it does. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so straddle. Oh, oh. Deep rando trick lore here. Well, it is appreciated. I just got to remember it for when I actually do the randomizer. Okay, that's not quite centered. Okay. Okay, so now this. Oh, not quite. Okay, let me try it again. I might have been in a bad position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that might be better position. Ooh, it doesn't work for that one. I'm gonna adjust slightly. Yeah, I might not get it. No. You have to recheck. Well, I thought it would for this one. Oh, that one's off. Well, it's fine. It doesn't work from the right side. Okay, so I just got bad luck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Yeah, it's very slightly off for that. Okay, I'm gonna try something here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that is perfectly straddled. It might be straddled the 5th black. Sorry, you're bad at remembering. Okay, well, I'll experiment. Okay, we'll try straddle the 5th black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it doesn't work for that one. There is a setup and it does work. Well, yeah, I mean, it was working before. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To be fair, this is also using an HD texture pack, so that could potentially be interfering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna try straddling white again, but I'm watching the where his feet are. Almost. Okay. Well, I don't have enough to do that second one again. Oh, well, yeah, I would have gotten bad luck anyway. Yay, bomb shoes. Okay. Richard, you gotta get out of the way, buddy. I'm just going to go ahead and just do the first one normally. Okay, it keeps going on the right, so I gotta figure out how to handle that. Maybe... 1, 2... You just hit the first straight on and then do the setup? Yeah. The thing is, if that setup doesn't work, if it's on the right like this, then I gotta figure out, okay, well now what do I do? So... It works for the right as well. Okay, so I'm gonna try... Oh. I mean... Dog. That's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a problem. Oh, doing the setup on the left will also... It didn't before, though. 1, 2... 1, 2... 3, 4, 5. Does it matter, like, which direction... Let me see something real quick. This is an experiment. I'm not going to care about it. Okay. Let me try left foot on white. Okay, left foot on white for the right one. There we go. nope, it didn't like it. Oh, too early. God damn it. There we go. Alright. So I'm basically at the point where I need to do the first one normally, and then I can do a setup for the last two. No bombs. Yeah, and I appreciate that. I wouldn't have known about that if I hadn't tried it. Of course, there's still the randomness of you could get the one that's like on the top, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to actually like make sure that I'm counting correctly. But I think it might be a texture difference with the new pack, with the high definition stuff. I don't know why they give you bombs. Bombs is, like, super cheap. Okay, this is what I'm trying to get. Texture shouldn't be an issue here. Well, it wouldn't, except I don't know how accurate they are with how they handled it. You got the biggest bomb bag. Now you can carry up to 40 bombs. You want to play again? No. I think I've spent enough money with you to make my sack bigger. Thank you for that setup, though. It did require a little bit of tweaking, but at least we got it. Like, I never did a setup as a kid. I just kind of winged it. But that setup does make things so much easier. Now, if only there was a setup for the archery-related stuff. I mean, there probably is, but, yeah. Well, that took about half the money that I earned from selling the mask. The bunny guy. Have we done? We've done that, we've done that. We've done the masks. Those are just shops. Are there any other heart containers I need to go be aiming for? Also, it occurred to me that I was taking damage that whole time, and I probably could have killed myself if I kept going at it. I still have poacher saw. Wait. Returning to the forest. Link found a young Fakiri girl. She explained all who entered was lost. Oh, she wants the potion. I didn't give it to her. How did that happen? I know I talked to her. Wait, I did give it to her. I didn't give it to her? I'm confused. Hang on. I need to go back to the Lost Woods. Oh, it is adult only. Okay. Never mind then. I'll go grow up that dog. It's over here. I kind of wish that they had extended the images for these. Like, it would require a little bit of artistry. But, at least then you'd have a full widescreen version of that. I wonder, I do not know how the 3DS or the, like, modern remakes... Grab your blade, kid. Did I drop more network frames at some point? I'm seeing 177. It's not continuous, so at least there's that. Oh, let's go get a horse before I forget. I actually wanted to save my money for. Not all that other bullshit. Wait, is it dark? I don't want it to be night. Wait. No? No, that's Song of Storms. What the fuck is this sun song? Controller, please. Why am I looking there? Okay. Now to see whether or not I can succeed at this minigame. Considering how terrible my riding skills are. Oh. wanna ride? Thank you. No. Flink. You see, you turn too sharply. Yay, I jumped it. Well, I don't know where the other rupee is. Oh well, it's fine. Okay, now I talk to you again. Oops, I didn't want to do that. And now I think I talk to you. Excuse me. Okay. Did I do it? The great Ganondorf found out about this humiliation. Hey you, how about another race? If you win, you can keep the horse. Yay, I did it. Thank you, Keppa, and thank you for the help earlier. You have a good one. We'll catch you later. What's up with that horse? Is that Epona? How did you tame that wild horse right under my nose? I was going to present that horse to the great Ganondorf, but I bet it on the race and lost. Shoot. Ha ha ha. As I promised, I'll give the horse to you. However, I'll never let you leave this ranch. I mean, I could eat all your chickens and eat all your horses, except for Epona. Epona's mine. Ha ha ha. Okay, yeah, you've already said this. Yay, we now have a horse. Camera? Could you maybe... Thank you? Okay. Really? Okay. Apparently we can only go one direction there. Okay, now that I did that, what was I doing? Lost Woods. There. Thank you. Oh no, you can't go over a freaking... You know what? Just chill. Just hang out there, horsey. It's fine. Now that we are here as an adult, maybe we can get what we need. I believe you were just immediately off to the left. So there are you. That guy isn't here anymore. Anybody who comes into the forest will be lost. Everybody will become a Stalfos. Everybody. Stalfos. So he's not here anymore. Only his saw is left, hee hee. That medicine is made of forest mushrooms. Pandora Box Gaming, thank you so much for the raid. The box has arrived to your planet. You opened it, received a bunch of raiders. Oh, how delicious. Welcome in, everyone. If you don't already know who I am Iagra the Orcish Fiddler. I fiddle around with lots of different things, from orc-related content to retro games to just whatever strikes my fancy. But thank you so much for trusting with your community, and I hope you all enjoy your stay. How you doing? Let's see. You were playing some Minecraft. Were you doing some, like, modded Minecraft or just vanilla? Miodi there played a few games tonight, but unfortunately you have to get going. No worry, if you got a raid and run, that is all good. Take care of yourself as you de-stream, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the night. Let's go ahead and get this. Now we got the butcher stuff. You were homesteading, okay. Saw that you were live, decided to have Pandora send a raid in my favor. Well, thank you, Iron, I appreciate that. Drainism, Log Riders, and Minecraft Modded. So, I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but Terra Firmacraft was a mod that I used to enjoy quite a bit back in the day. And it's, it kind of inspired, what was it called? Shoot, what was that called? I gotta remember what it's called now. One second, I have a bookmark for it. Vintage Story. And I didn't realize that Terra Firmacraft was actually still getting updates. But it is. And that's something that I've have enjoyed in the past, and was happy to see updated. Drain Sim. That's not one that I've heard of. If anybody wants to let me know how that one goes, how that one plays, I'm curious. Are you going to be too? Hehe. No, we're not gonna turn into a Stalfos. We're gonna take this and we're gonna book it. Okay. So we should be able to get... Let me think. How did the next part go? I don't think that part was... Whenever we get to the part where we need to be timed, we're gonna go to the fire temple after that. Yay, the horse actually went over the thing for once. Let's see, where is Gerudo Valley? It's over here, isn't it? Can we jump this fence? I don't remember. That's a no. You know, we're close enough. It's fine. Whee! God. Okay, that's probably why the horse didn't want to... Oh, hi! I don't want to deal with you. Go away. Yeah, we'll do big pose at some point in the future to get the last bottle, but I don't feel like doing it right now. I will admit, like, things like Minecraft, it kind of makes me want to do... Wait a minute, do I need the horse for this? I might need the horse for this. Or can I make do with the hookshot? No, I either need long shot or... I don't think the horse I can jump. Let me see. We'll see. Let me check. Oops. What are you doing over there, horse? Possible this is the best Zelda game, but that's highly unlikely. Well, horrible puns notwithstanding. Yay, we did it. Okay, we're over here now. Okay. Yes, I know. There's a lot of people that terrible puns seem to be a major thing lately. Okay, Epona, settle down, please. I do wonder. I mean, I know... I don't know if I have a favorite. Or one that I would call the best Zelda game, just from my perspective. I would say that I have a lot of favorites. I know a lot of people don't like Zelda 2. Like, they really rip on it. But that was actually my introduction to the series. So I have a very fond place in my heart for it. Ocarina of Time is definitely a classic. I never got a chance to play Majora's Mask. I didn't actually have my own Nintendo 64 growing up. My sister's the one that had it, which I now have. She gave it to me. Yeah, I kind of like passed the torch on to her after the Super Nintendo. And then she got a Nintendo 64 and the GameCube. And then she passed it on to her son, who got a Switch. Did not get the Wii U. He sort of dropped the torch at that point. Or not a Switch. He got a Wii. But he didn't get a Wii U. And he sold the Wii. No, wait, he didn't sell the Wii. I actually have it. He's letting me hold on to it for now for me to do... shoot, what was that Zelda game? Not Twilight Princess. Skyward Sword. Which, one of these days, I probably ought to get, like, a setup so that I can do, like, original hardware. So that I can play other games besides, stuff on emulators and stuff on PC. One of these days I'll get to that. I am a master craftsman. Those Gerudo thieves, they broke the bridge. I want to fix it, but all of my workers are gone. They said working as carpenters isn't cool, and they went to the Gerudo's fortress to become thieves. Hey you, if you're going to the fortress, would you mind finding out what my workers are doing over there? Skyward Sword has a Switch 1 version. Well, I mean, it's still the same problem where I would need to get the hardware set up in order to be able to capture it for stream. But maybe someday. Hey, that saw, it's mine. But I thought I left that saw with my old lady. Oh well. My big Goron tool broke, so I was going to Goron City to get it repaired. Your coming here is great timing. Will you give me my saw? Sure. Good, kid, thanks. I'm sorry that I can't give you something as good in return, but take this anyway. He traded the poacher saw for a broken Goron sword. Visit a big Goron to get it repaired. Yeah. And I believe At that point, we need to do the eyeball thing. Let me check. You get a prescription at that point. Let's see. He would need eye drops from King Zora. You get a prescription from King Zora, and then you get the eyeball frog, and yeah, that's where we're... That's probably where we'll stop. Thank you, Wolf, for the reminder to hydrate. I have been using my voice all day, so I definitely need it. I had a big presentation I had to do, and then there were a lot of questions. Because, of course, there's a lot of questions. So, yeah, my throat is definitely on the raw side today. So if I sound a little bit off, that's probably why. But, yay for refreshment. I do appreciate that. Okay. Let's go ahead and see what we can do for these people. The quest to stop Ganondorf can make any adventurer thirsty. It's true. Especially considering we're in a desert region now. Do I have what I need? Or do I need the long shot? I don't remember. Can I climb this? No. Hi. Hi, lady. You gonna kick me out when I haven't even come in yet? Oh. I mean, I can't just teleport out. Stupid kid, get in there and keep quiet. That's not my name. My name is not Stupid Kid, it's Flank. Okay, camera. I don't remember entirely what I'm supposed to do. A nice hospitality. Not. Yeah. They're not exactly polite. Can I jump over there? What am I looking at? What is the shiny thing? I don't know what that is. It must be my hook shot. Yeah, it's my hook shot. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna try doing this. There, we're ducking. You can't see us. You don't know we're here. What did... No. Not an ounce of self-preservation in this guy. So I guess I go to the left, because I... You know, Navi, you're not helping. She's gonna be like, why is there a fairy flying around me? Shoo! Can I go this way? Can I not go up here? Is this not rough enough for me to climb? Okay, then. Really? Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, it's just a wall. Oh, okay, I got it. So we just need the hook shot in order to do all this. And Epona. Wait, is this where I got thrown in? I think that's where I got thrown in. What's in here? Well, that was a pink one. I've never seen pink rupees before. Well, how much was that worth? Actually, can I get another one? Like, can I just keep hitting it and getting more? Or is the zone not considered reset? Okay. I'm disappointed, but I accept it. So what was the point of that? Pink rubies are 40. Thank you. Oh, okay. I mean, you were being kind of dumb before, so I figured you wouldn't see me standing here in the open in a hallway. And it's not like you disarmed me or anything. Yeah, I can't do anything from here. I don't think there's any place I don't think I have to do anything there anyway. Oh. Yeah, hi. Are there any other windows I can hop through? Don't believe there are. No. Ah, come on. Camera. We'll try here next. Ah, thank you for the reminder to stretch, Iron. Oh, my headset was doing a weird thing. I tried to do my bad arm first. Much better. Y'all should stretch too. If you can. Get up, move about. It's always good. It's good to have a nice long stretch. Hey you, young man over there, look over here inside the cell. Hi. Excuse me. I have no idea where you come from, but you must have a lot of guts to make it past all the guards around here. Have you ever stretch and go lightheaded? You ever just stretch and go lightheaded no matter what you do? Yeah, I've gotten a bit of a head rush before. But even with all the lightheaded, well, it helps if you like lay down and then take a nice big comfortable stretch. Then you don't have to worry quite so much about it. And you don't have to worry about toppling over or anything. But yeah, I've absolutely had that happen. And welcome in, Timberlun. I hope you're having a good night. How is your day going? I hope that all is well. All of my fellow carpenters are imprisoned somewhere in here. You get lightheaded all the time. That's fair. I'm doing all right. I've been a bit of a challenging work week, but I'm getting through it. If you can get us out of here, we'll repay the favor somehow. But be careful. There's sure to be Gerudo guards somewhere around here. Ooh, watch out. Hi. Don't take us so lightly. Oh, are you kidding me? I take damage and then I get caught. All right. Oh, well, that was fun. Alright, when she's rearing back to do her little spinny thing, then I gotta block. Nope. Oh, dang it. I hit the Z button. Not the Z button. Well, it is a Z button, but it's the right-hand one, which actually does nothing. Maybe I should set them both to block. Let me do that real quick. Controls. There we go. Wait, no, that's not right. Oh. There we go. Okay, so I can take damage, I just can't get if I hit that one attack. Oh, bullshit. I call BS. Just because your sword clipped through my shield doesn't mean that you actually hit me. I mean, you actually did hit me, but whatever. That's not fair, lady. No, it's not. I gotta hit you a lot. Oops. Hitting all the wrong buttons. Okay, you just step aside. You fucker. Okay. I don't like this lady. I thought I had an easy way to take them out. What was it? Let me check something real quick. Yes, Navi, I know you're trying to talk to me. A cloud over Death Mountain, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. The only way to stun them was with an arrow. Okay. Well, I don't think I can stun them. I guess we'll find out. Actually, I don't know. Well... yeah, that's fine on that slot. Yeah, she just walks it. What happens if I just lure you over here? Can I get you to clip out? Oh. Never mind. Can I? Well, that didn't work. You wanna... It's like, you wanna pay attention to the lady instead of to the bomb chew? That would be great. What about if I do bombs? Ow. Okay, you just hit the bomb, you didn't take any damage. That's fine. Like, camera? This is... Yeah. I couldn't do anything because of the camera. So, we'll try getting back out into the open, I guess. I was hoping I could figure out something that the walls would interfere, but it's harming me more than her. Camera is a traitor. Well, in these older games, yeah. Actually, you know what? Do I want to deal with you? I mean, I know I need to eventually, but I'm just gonna run out here. Yeah, I see you. I don't want to deal with you right now. I'm just exploring. I will probably do this later. I don't remember how many there are. Oh, hi. I don't want to be seen by you. Can I? Nope, that's gonna throw me onto the floor. Long shot would be handy. That's a very pretty thing in the back, though. Oh, no, okay, there's a thing right here. So I can use the regular hook shot. You can knock them out to... Yeah, with an arrow. But I'm not messing around with that just at the moment. I'm just kind of exploring to see what all I'm gonna have to do. Well, I can get up here. Now that I'm up here, what do I do? Oh, there's a chest. Hello. Okay. Hang on. No. Was that a bat? What did I just see? I don't know what I just saw down there. Oops. Can I not... Do I need the long shot for this? Really? It's kind of hard to measure distances in 3D, you know? Yeah, I'm not seeing the targeting dot, so I think I need the long... Oh, no, okay. Apparently I can just make it. Yay, heart. Well, that was a pain in the ass to get. Can I go into the desert? I don't think I can, but I want to see if I can. Oh, there's a seam. Okay. Well. What is the Bolero of Fire? So I think we're done here. For now. We'll come back later. Down A. Right down, okay. Okay, let's see how badly we can diff the dungeon. Let's see. We need a key for that. We don't need a key for this. I like how it's the romantic music. Who's there? Is that you, Flink? Oh, it really is Flink. You've grown so big since I last saw you. I want to have a man-to-man talk with you, but now's not the time. Ganondorf is causing trouble on Death Mountain again. He has revived the evil ancient dragon Volvagia. Volvagia? Volvo. On top of that, he is going to feed my people to that evil dragon as a warning to other races that might resist him. If that fire-breathing dragon escapes from the mountain, all of Hyrule will become a burning wasteland. I will go on ahead to try to seal up the evil dragon. Feed the dragon, something like that. I'm concerned, though, because I don't have the legendary hammer, but I have no choice. Flink, I'm asking you to do this as my sworn brother. While I'm trying to deal with the dragon, please save my people. The prisoner's cells are in the opposite direction. I'm counting on you, Flink. Did he just slide backwards? I think he just slid backwards. Okay, then. Do we need... Have I reached that, or... Okay, good. Oh. What? Oh, now I start taking damage. Okay, hang on. I thought I didn't have to panic. Did I get a grace period, or what was that? Caution, hot lava, but not at first. Are you releasing me? Am I free to go? I'll tell you a secret for saving me. In order to get into the room where Darunia went, you have to do something about the pillar stuck in the ceiling. Find a path that leads to a room above the ceiling right away. Why am I getting romantic music with you? Hey, there's a key. Don't know if I can get over there, but we'll try. Wait, okay, I made it. I was like, wait, I made a mistake. You think the game's telling me something? It's probably telling me to go through the other door, but... There's some jars to break. Oh, 2 berries. I only need 1 of you. I don't even need all these bombs, but it's fine. There's also a big hole down there. Can I go into the hole? What? This game confuses me so much. I probably never went down there as a kid. I don't know if that's normal, that there's a delay before it starts taking damage. Let's see. I need another key. It's interesting that the later versions of Ocarina of Time, they removed the chanting in the temple. Yeah. Censorship and all that, I guess. Yay, arrows. We're here. There we go. Nintendo of America, am I right? Yeah, I mean, to be fair... Wait a minute, what do I need for this? Bombs? Yay. I was correct. To be fair, they made some interesting adjustments to games in order to censor them, I guess. So like in Dragon Warrior 4 or Dragon Quest 4, you know, they're not temples or churches or anything like that. They're houses of healing. Are you releasing me? Am I free to go? I'll tell you a secret for saving me. There are switches in this temple that you have to cut to activate, but you can also use the Goron special crop to do the job. Okay, bye. I love you too, for some reason. Yay for key. Not what I meant to do. No, not what I meant to do. Thought I had my bow equipped on that button. My bad. I want to go this way. Let's see. Go over there. I hear you, bad. Oh. Well, I thought you were going after me, but I guess not. Let's go ahead and jump over here. Oops. No. Okay, good. I got that with it. Can I get up there? Here, let me just do the song and see if it does something. Trying to remember the Song of Time. Okay. Why do I want that there? Do I want that there? I don't know that I want that there. I don't know that I want that there. Hang on. No. Clank. Are you releasing me? Am I free to go? Here's a secret for saving me. A wall that you can destroy with the Goron's special crop will sound different than a regular wall if you hit with your sword. Okay, bye. I love you too. Somehow. I don't remember how many of them are. Did Daronia mention how many of them there were? There were a number. Well, that much I knew. It's the exact number that I'm forgetting. Oh, goody. I remember these rooms. I also remember likes. I don't like likes. These are just little divots, right? Yeah. Can I shoot you with an arrow? I can. Dislike likes. Okay, well, that works. I don't have to deal with it at all. Okay. I was thinking, is that a bombable wall? Probably not, but... Oh, yeah. I just... Yeah, there's nothing back there. But I got a Skulltula, so... That's good. Did we handle everything we needed to here? Please don't jump in lava. Watch out, Grandma is haunting you from the grave for being out past dusk. I hope not. Okay. Did I go that way? I know I came from that way. Gosh. My memories are sick. Also, my dexterity sucks. Okay. You jerk. That was rude. Okay. You really don't need you. Bat. Fiery bat. Okay, I needed a key. I have 2 keys. Oh no. Can I not go back up? Okay. I don't know why that's slippery. That was a choice. Oh, right. Okay. Noted. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Hang on a second before I climb that. Is there anything over here I'm supposed to do? No, this is just if you fall down, that's how you get up. So, okay. Well, I don't want to get burned by that, so let's try going this way. Let's actually try doing it so I can see where I'm going. Oh, what? Okay, not how I would have chosen to do this part, but it's fine. More bats, a few hearts. Did I really just use a key for that? Oh wait, I know what I gotta do. Now we go for a ride. Bye, Jason. I hear it somewhere. Why are you on fire? What are you? Oh, a torch slug. Okay. When the fire on its back is extinguished, it will run away, destroy it before it relights. Can I just... Oops. Well, that was easy enough. Hang on. Okay, get this out of the way. Because I don't think it'll let me go up, will it? Yeah. So it only wants grab. No, okay, so I can get up there easier. What does it want me to do from here? Oh, I see. Maybe. I see. Except that, yeah, I can't climb it, so hang on. Flank. Come on. Alright, so I need to do that so I can turn that off. Can I use a bomb on that? I forget. Actually, I can just... Hang on. Go across. Do this. Oh, you... Oh, God, camera, why? It's like it's not the puzzle I have to fight with, it's the camera. Oh, jeez. I nearly ran face first into that rock. What? Why? Okay, well... door there. I don't see a way to get up. I was just here, wasn't I? Yep. Oh, it doesn't let you use first-person perspective. That's rude. How rude. Okay, well, I guess we run around until we figure it out. Yeah, hi. Did we figure it out? Yay. Are you releasing me? Am I free to go? Let me tell you a secret as a reward for releasing me. When you are on fire, you can put it out by swinging your sword or rolling forward. Did you know that? Well, no, that's not what they taught us in school. They taught us stop, drop, and roll, not stop, drop, and swing your sword. I don't know if that guy had my best interest at heart. Like, if you're on fire, just, you know, flail your one arm, your sword arm. Oh, goody, I do not have another key yet. That was terrible aim. There we go. I want the hearts. I also do not want to drop into the pit. How do you make Lig red? You get him very angry. That's how you make Link red. You're Keppa, and you have returned. Hi, Keppa. Welcome back. How'd the call go? Did it go well? Also, I believe it's L. Oh, wait, no. There you go. Link has the Triforce. Map. Yay, map. We won. If only it were that easy. Okay, well, now that we got the map. Oop. All that for the map. I do not have a key to get into that door. I don't have to go down, do I? Gosh, I hope not. What is down? What is down? Okay, I can't see what's down. It is very far down. Let's look at the map. Unsurprisingly, the map isn't helping. But either way, I don't think I can continue that route until I get a key. Oop. I just sort of snuck into the corner there. Uh-oh. Hello. What do we got here? Oh. Are you releasing me? Am I free to go? I'll tell you a secret for saving me. In this temple, there are doors that fall down when you try to open them. When one of these doors starts to fall, move. If you use a sample of the Goron special crop, you can break it. Okay, bye. Mwah. There, I got the key that I needed. Thanks, buddy. Indeed. We should move if a door tries to fall on top of us. That is advice. Where was the place I need to go? It was here, right? I heard that. Stupid invisible rock. Okay, I think I have to be on top. Rock, stop it. Right. I'm assuming. I'll figure that out later. This is not where I want to be. This is where I want to be. Whoop, no, no! Yeah, that was not what I wanted to do. Okay, time to figure out which direction I need to go to get back where I was. Link wouldn't have survived that. Oh, you're gonna make me climb it? Okay, fine. His legs are surprisingly resilient. Come on. Ugh, I gotta do this whole room again. Now let's see if I can manage to do this without biffing it. See, the camera does one thing, and then it flips around 180 degrees, and that threw me off the last time. Oh, bullshit. I'm sorry, I call BS on that. Did it perfectly fine before. See? I did it again. Because of the friggin' camera. And it's being like, well, you've got to hurry and be perfect. Hey, Belgian Raffles. Welcome in. How you doing tonight? Good to see you. We're doing a little bit of Ocarina of Time. And getting pissed off at this puzzle. Mostly because of the camera swinging around and being weird. There. Okay, we're back here. Was this the direction I want to go? I don't know that it is. I don't want to run into the rock. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. This is where Boron was. Was this it? Yeah, this was it. Okay. Gimme. Okay, now for the whole walk carefully. With a Nintendo 64 analog stick. Okay. What was the fun, happy times for this? The map was over there. I don't have a key. I don't know that I can proceed. Okay. Well. Where was key? Oh, this is maybe not where I thought it was. There we are, okay. This is progress. Of a sort, right? Okay. Bye, bottle. Blink, I hear Goron voices down below. Okay. I mean, I usually hear voices too, but I don't pay them any mind. Dogs Jason probably like nice and tossy. No, no, no. Jason lives... Oh no, I don't want to go all the way down that. Oh, good, I can climb. Okay. I can climb back up. No, Link, turn to the... There was something for you to grab onto right there. I swear. Yes, I'm releasing you. Yes, you're free to go. Thank you for the tip. Somewhere in this temple, you are sure to meet up with some creatures that dance as they attack. Arrows won't hurt them. Looks like you might need some of the Goron special crop. That's all I have to tell you. Yay. Climb, 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 climb. Oh, shit. Hi. Could you not? Navi, what are you looking at? Okay, well, I don't know what you're looking at up there then. Okay, do I have to get closer? Is that the thing? Okay, I just had to be closer. Cool. Now that I'm up here, what do we do? It's a great view. Oh. Maybe I do that? What? What? Hold on. I'm very confused as to what's happening. Okay. I wasn't done yet. Wait. I don't know if I'm done yet. I should. I don't know if I want to go up or down. Because I heard a Skulltula in the area. So, do I want to be up or down? I guess I want to be up? You can go up and come back down. Okay. Any other goodies? There's a door. I hear you somewhere. This must be what I heard. Maybe? Hang on. There you are. Okay. Oh, is this a race? Hang on. Yeah, this is a race to the top. Eh, except, you know, you have to be quick with that. So, eh. Oh, you have to use it. Okay. You'll slide down otherwise. Gotcha. Ah. Orc is not pleased. I thought this was the boss key. Whatever, I have it now. What's over here? First try. Yeah, sure, first try. That's, we can call it that. Okay, I think I just go straight down from here. I don't know if I'm going to be very good at an Ocarina of Time randomizer, I tell you what. How long does Ugblut usually take to do his Ocarina of Time randomizers? I'm wondering. Can I jump down? Is the elevator coming? Really? Bye, Jason. Hi, Jason. Bye, Jason. Bye, Jason. Okay, thank goodness I didn't biff that. Now... you take at least a few hours. Yeah, I think we've been at this a little longer than a few hours. Oh, God. Can I... if I biff it, I'm gonna end up regretting it. Okay, thank goodness. I don't even know where that was. Somewhere over there, I guess. I'm not hearing the Skulltula anymore, so I don't know if I got it. No, I'm not releasing you. You have to stay here forever. If you find a place that you can see on the map but can't reach, try playing your Ocarina. Did you just... You know that was a straight drop down, right? Oh well, I'm sure he'll be fine. Oh, okay. You never talk to the Gorons anymore. You keep them in the fire temple forever. I didn't even know that was an option. Oh good, it auto-aligned me. I thought I heard a Skulltula. Did I get it? Like, is it gone now? Where did I hear it? Shoot, I don't know. Wherever it is, I'm not hearing it. There's still Skulltulas in here, so now I'm wondering, did I get it? Did I not get it? I want to say I didn't. I believe it's opposite side of the room. Okay. Okay, now I hear it. I can't bomb the wall. This is usually a token that you miss. I've gotten it before, so how did I get it before? Because I have gotten 100 before. I have absolutely 100%ed this game. Way back when I was young. It's down? Look, go down. Missed it down here. Where down? Wait. No, it's not a bombable wall unless it's over here. I didn't want to do that. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, hang on. Right there. There is no indication except for the sound. That's annoying. Okay. There we go. Oops. Hello, rock. Now, was I done up there? I don't remember. What was over here? Not where we want to be. Okay. Go to the back of the wall fire room and open that locked door. Oh yeah, that door. Thank you. Carefully, because I fell down here once already. Whoops. Oh, please. No. Gosh, this looks like a fun place. I'm Ivan, Navi's orcish fairy counterpart that actually helps. Ah! I was adjusting how I was sitting in my chair. And the bat was just like, hi! Terribly rude. Is there a reason you're looking at this, Navi? You can see down from here. Isn't that the room where we saw Darunia? Yeah, great. We need to do something to do the thing. This is a thing we need to mess with somehow. Because we gotta figure out how. What's in here? Oh, this is what they were talking about. Okay, well. Noted. Can I have those jars? You don't have to be rude about it. Jerks. Yay, I used one of the keys. Please don't eat me. If you eat something like me, you'll get a stomachache. You'll be sorry. Wait, did I just use a key to go to the other side of the door? Or the other side of the room? Was there a point to that? These things are probably gonna block me. Oh, moved too fast. Dang it. There we go. Oh, I'm not ready to do that. Yeah, I feel like there's more I had to do there. Okay, no, bat, no. You didn't even give me your heart to eat. Okay. Let's try going back. Like back. Yes, Navi, what are you... Don't vampire the bats? We'll try not to, Argok. How you doing tonight? Okay, well, this was obviously not the correct choice. Fabulous. As expected. I would expect no less than for you to be as fabulous as possible, Argok. Was there something else I had to do with that? Oh, there's a little place I can jump down here. Is this going to be danger? That's not danger, that's like a little hole. Okay, I hear you. Where are you? You jerk. Well, at least it gave me its heart. Oh, that's not a real door. We're on the other side, explore. Okay. I'll try to get to it. Not there. Bad camera. There we go. Compass? The checks in this game feel like they're gonna be super hard for me to do. This is so much to memorize, I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna be painful for me to do. Nope, I tried to turn around and I ended up angling into it. Fire Temple is awful for checks, so do Fire Temple last is what you're saying, or all else fixed. Dang it. Stop setting me on fire, I don't have any marshmallows to roast. Give me your heart, thank you. Okay, now I can go this way. Okay, Navi, why are you? Okay, what is this? Navi, what's your problem? Song of Storms didn't do anything. What do you want me to do? Song of Time? Unironically, yes, these top levels of fire are last location worthy. I used the wrong song. I don't know what Navi wants. Do you know what Navi wants, Keppa? Navi's just sort of floating around for some reason, being like, green! 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 I'm standing in its way? Try moving back and playing again. Which song? Song of Time? Cool. Oh, okay, I can come up here. That works. This switch looks rusted. I don't have the hammer yet. Can I... Okay, well, that was fun. Now what? Was there another door over there? I think I already hit that switch, right? It's more of a shortcut to know about. Okay. I didn't need a shortcut. I needed to figure out how to let that guy out of his darn cage. Oh well. Can I jump over this? Will it let me? Nope. Not enough momentum. Okay. Go back and down that hallway instead. I swear. Okay, now we're ready to go over here. Yay, arrows that I don't need. I would rather have eaten its heart. Whoop. More of a rando shortcut. Alright, which one of these do I need to? For fuck's sake. Oh, fuck off. I don't need bombs, I need hearts. I feel better. Extinguish its flaming clothes first, and it said arrows don't work. I didn't mean to do that. I'm terrible lady. That's the hammerless way of this. Oh, I'm supposed to have the hammer by now? Really? Okay. Ooh, that was close. Cool. What do I win? Oh, right. Okay. In Rando, you have the hammer. Gotcha. So I'm actually in sequence. Oh, boy. All right. Let me get a feel for what I have to do here. No worries. Nope. Goddamn fucking camera, I swear. I really don't like how it's... Uh-oh. OBS disconnected. Are we back? We should be back. I hope we're back. No, it was just OBS deciding to suddenly disconnect. I hope I'm not going to end up suffering the same issue that Reppin does. It's a little bit of a surprise. I don't think that that's happened in quite a while. Well, back to me dealing with the camera again. Let's see if we can do this correctly. There. Do I want to? I don't think I want to touch that. I'm afraid. Oh wait. Another race. I forgot about that. Do I want to do this yet? What is that? It's gonna suck. I'm never really super great at this. There, jeez. The narrow paths just really worry me. Yay, we got the hammer. Press C to smash and break junk. It's so heavy you need 2 hands to swing it. Oh, go away. You make diamonds on those narrow paths every time? Diamonds? Oh, okay. Let me look. I didn't hear it, so I must have missed it. Okay, I know that that thing is gonna come and get me. I don't want it to. Might be in the other race room? Okay. I'll take a look around, though. I'd rather not have to come back to all these rooms. I mean, I'm not gonna 100% this. I should, well, I mean, I need to know where these are in case, because 100 Skulltulas is gonna be a check, right? What if something I need is behind 100 Skulltulas? Besides making me cry. I don't see anything down there, and I haven't heard anything yet, so... What is this? Oh, okay, bye. Normally only 50 is the max check in regular rando. Oh, thank goodness. I can adjust that. I didn't know that. I will adjust that. I will happily adjust that. Okay. I guess that's not how I handle that. Is it? Bonk. 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 Okay. Bonk. Skull Sanity shuffles all the Skulltulas in with regular checks, so that's what you would want to avoid. All them bonks. Yes. What were these for? There's boxes. Do I want to do anything with boxes? I don't know if I want to do anything with boxes. Come hither, bat. You look spicy. Give me your innards. No, I don't want arrows. Stupid thing. Why? I don't know if I need the boxes for anything. Well, you don't got anything in them. This room? Why does that sound like a problem? You love this room irrationally, and you never go this way in rando. Really? Why do you love this room? Oh. Okay. Well then. That was a decision that I just made to do. We never freed that other guy, did we? Oh yeah, because of the rusty switch. Oh shoot. Yeah, and sorry about pre-rolls. Oh, right. That's why I need a box. This explains everything. I understand why you irrationally love this room. It is kind of a neat way to... Link, just face this. Drop. Thank you. It is kind of a neat way to reveal a staircase. Oh good. Thank goodness. Oh, it's probably rusted too, isn't it? Yep. They want to make sure you have the hammer, and I'm guessing this is the last one. Are you releasing me? Am I free to go? Insert hammer time song here. Please don't. A door is hidden inside the statue at the entrance to this temple. But the Goron's special crop won't work on it. Don't you have anything stronger? Yes, my personality. Okay. Yes, we're almost done. Go back to that thrusty switch. Okay. Now we get to take this. Yay. Yeah. The whole point of this, to get here. Let's get back to... We don't have a boss key. I went the wrong way. I actually wanted to go this way. Excuse me. I'm so tired. Well, thank you for the reminder for hydration. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Yeah, this has been a little bit of a tense adventure. And with all this heat, I could definitely use a little bit of refreshment. Making good progress, at least? Yeah. I forgot how long these dungeons were. I'm so used to seeing Expert just breeze right through all this stuff that it's like when you're doing it yourself vanilla-ish, it's like this wasn't as easy as they made it look. Oh, thank you also for the reminder to stretch. I'm actually going to stand for this one because my butt hurts. My chair is not cushioned enough. Actually, I need to be able to get out of the seat first. Alright. Now I can stretch. Let's do the arm that I have problems with first. Ouch. Okay. Now the other arm. And the back. Actually, I was able to grab the back of my hand and stretch backwards for once. My shoulder let me, so that was nice. And now, legs. Good stretch. I gotta get back in my seat. Okay. You've been thinking of running an Ocarina of Time rando as a sort of guide. Like, to record it and, like, post on YouTube, or? Oh, you stupid bat. Wait. Can I just... Maybe you don't know, you haven't thought that far. Okay, that's fair. That's not a shit, I'm dumb. Okay. That was a good stretch. Thank you, thank you for that iron. Oh, look at you. Oh, hold on. We are not dealing with you. We're gonna just smack you with arrows from a distance. Yay, we've got all the Skulltulas. Yeah, and I will absolutely make 50 the baseline for those because I don't want to get 100 of them. I forgot that it was 100, and that number hurts me. Oh, it's another one of you. Oops, wrong button. Only one hit per cycle. Link, please. You can exclude the 50 and 40 token checks to really ease up your first time. Okay. Where'd you go? Where are you? Oh, there you are. Z targeting, please. Buttons, that was me. Blink, that's fire, they hurt. They do. Oh, bullshit. Yay. I hate those things. They're annoying. What's this, a key? Xenoburbs, thank you for the snack. Whoops, I'm on the wrong side of the chest. I gotta figure out what to have as a snack. Bombs? Really? I did all that for bombs? Feeding the orc. Thank you. What do I got for snacks? I know. Give me 1 second. I have to go and get it. I gotta mark it as well. Orcs respond well to being fed. You're not wrong. Oops. There we go. Game, you defeated the dancer. Good work. Now have some bombs for your trouble. Blink. Yeah, the... Anyway. Let's see. Add snack, scan barcode. We want 30 grams. That. Which puts me at 101%. So that's not bad. That doesn't really take me over too much. So I'm going to have myself as a snacky snack some chicken and a biscuit. So if you're not in... Actually, I don't know. This might be in other countries. It may not... I mean, I know that there are chicken-flavored snacks. I know in Australia, chicken-flavored snacks tend to be green. Don't ask me why. That's just the color that they associate with chicken-flavored snacks. Package rustling ASMR. It was really hard to open. Okay. Measure out 30 grams. 23, 31, good enough. They're really good. You remember those? Do they have them down there, Keppa? Or anything like them? Put my scale over there. Get myself organized again here. And have myself a cracker. Oh. You don't have them? Oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. Do they have chicken flavored ramen? Ham? Green is the lettuce? I don't know what that has to do with chicken though, Wolf. Oh. I'll have a few more, then we'll continue. We'll talk about crackers for a bit. But these things, the chicken and a biscuit, the powder that's on it, reminds me of chicken ramen. Like the powder that you get in, chicken flavored ramen. The cheap stuff, like the stuff you used to be able to get for like 10 cents. That makes sense. They're green because it resembles the herb blends often used in chicken. Nom nom. Oh, one more. Nom nom. Okay. I'll save the rest of them in case anybody wants to make a future redemption. You make me thirsty, though. They get stuck in my teeth. Is there anything else I had to do here? I guess I had to open the door. Red is where I came in. Oh, look, there's the boss key. Oh. We'll talk to you in a minute. Yay, you got the boss key. Now you can get inside the chamber where the boss lurks. Are you releasing me? Am I free to go? Yeah, sure, I guess. Oh, I see. Big Brother Darunia asked you to rescue me. I owe you big time. Please help, Big Brother. What's that? Salt. I mean, well, the crackers are a little salty. I'm a little salty about the bomb reward. Excuse me. So now we should be ready to go. Can I get hearts? Not lose hearts. Okay. They drop 3. I will accept that. I have another. Bat. 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 Yay, heart. Okay, now we can get over there. Strange that bats have 3 hearts in this world. Well, no, the one had 3 and the one had 1. But I'll take it. It might be simply because it's, like, in the opening room, which is kind of a good way to restock before you go into the boss room. So that might have been intentional design on the game developer's part. Okay, time to try to remember how this boss works. I think it's a game of whack-a-mole. Gotta love the keys. That's what the bats are called, if you remember right. Yeah. And the little snakes are called ropes. Oh no! I'm stuck all alone on this platform with a dragon. What will I do? This looks like Lavosios Arena? It is V. We're gonna do what we do with any dragon. Bang them. I don't know its weak point. Thanks, Navi. I think we just get away from it while it's in this mode. I had trouble seeing. I don't know if there's a way to get it to come down early. I'm going to assume that there's not. I don't know why I'm using regular attacks. I should use a jump attack or something. Oh goody. Oh goody. My favorite. Holy shit, how did I take so much damage already? Yeah, the rocks can stay over there. Oh, really? Fine. Just hit you once, then whatever. Don't touch me with your fire. Don't touch me. Don't. Look, I know you're hot. You don't have to prove it. Oh, you're still in the air. Okay. You want to come down? Thank you. Nope, I missed. Yay! I didn't want to. Oh, those do a lot of damage. They... Oh... I don't trust myself. Ow. I missed my chance. I don't know what V's hero routine is. Imagine they gotta do something to handle any damage done by you know, crisping their hair up. Well, that fire just did a lot of damage. Oh, are you kidding me? Well, we're relying on the fairy now. Is there a way to bring you down? I'm gonna say no. Oh, dang it. Right into the little fire pit. Yeah, I don't have any tools that'll help. Freaking jerk. Okay. This fight is very much so. Oh, you decided to do a 2-cycle this time? the heck was that? Was it because I hit too close but didn't actually hit it? Oh boy. One rock is gonna do me in. Piece of shit. This fight encapsulates your thoughts on the Fire Temple as a whole, needlessly long with a bunch of unnecessary damage. Yeah. Thank you for the GGs. Eat your heart. Volval GG. Yay, more hearts. Indeed. Yay, we fixed the weather? And now the sky is blue. Because reasons, I guess. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate what you did. I thank you on behalf of the entire Goron race. You turned out to be a real man, just as I thought you would. Insert obligatory eyebrow waggle here. By the way, I, the wild Darunia, turned out to be the great sage of fire. Isn't that funny, brother? Well, this must be what they call destiny. Nothing has made me happier than helping you seal the evil here. Hey, brother, take this. This is a medallion that contains the power of the fire spirits and my friendship. Don't. He's lifting the arms and showing things off, and it's like, not in front of Keva's salad. You've received the fire medallion. Darunia awakens as a sage and adds his power to yours. Don't forget, now you and I are true brothers. Huzzah. Yeah, I thought I could be mistaken. Oh yeah, I needed the hammer for that, didn't I? So now... Oh, this might be one. Really? Oh, okay, I have to do it a couple times. No. It's time for this. I'd get the starting note correct eventually. Oh shit, it's Chapel Rowan. What up? Welcome, Flink. I am the Great Fairy Wisdom. I'm going to enhance your magic power. Are you going to make it bigger? Receive it now. Those fairies always make me feel funny. Your magic meter is enhanced. Your magic power has been enhanced. Now you have twice as much magic power. When battle has made you weary, please come back to see me. Yeah, they're a little awkward. But look, it's so long now. It's twice as long. I don't know if there was anything that I need to do over here with the hammer. Let's find out. So long and green. It's true. I don't remember... Oh, this is just open, isn't it? Oh, it's you. Never mind. Was there anything else I had to do in this area? No, I don't think there is. If there is, I'll just come back later. I got the main thing I needed, which was my magic enhancement pill. Artibarian, welcome in. And thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in everybody from Artibarian's stream. I'm assuming that's like Barbarian, but Artibarian. Hopefully I got that right, and if I mispronounce it, I apologize. That's you. Okay, Artibarian. Okay. Welcome in everybody. I am Iogra the Orcish Fiddler. I fiddle around with lots of different things, from orc-related stuff to retro-related stuff to just whatever strikes my fancy. We are playing a little bit of Ocarina of Time so that I can try to de-rust a little bit so that I can do randomizers with it. I'm doing okay. We just finished the Fire Temple, and the dragon whose name I can't pronounce, so we're just going to call them V. You love a randomizer? Well, I do Final Fantasy I randomizer. A little bit more often. But yeah, I'm honestly, I can't wait to be able to do a randomizer with Ocarina of Time, because it sounds like I might actually have an easier time with it. But there's definitely a lot of rust to break. I'm not as good as this game as I used to be. Thank you, Wolf, but there's people who do a lot better than I do. Hope you're enjoying Ship of Harkinian. Been crazy seeing how much it's improved from pre-release all those years ago. Yeah, I kind of missed the boat on when it first came out. Excuse me. So I'm using a like a high quality texture pack. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but yeah, Volvagia. I don't exactly know how to pronounce that exactly. But yeah, it's amazing, like, all the Nintendo 64 decompile and recompile projects, like what led to Ship of Harkinian. It's really amazing to see that, you know, they're taking these and then bringing them to a form that can be basically preserved. Because that's one of the reasons why I like emulation so much, is because it helps to preserve things as they were. Maybe not perfectly, but they work on it. Like, there's, especially with older consoles, with NES, Super NES, NES, things like that. A lot of that, like, we don't want this stuff to become lost media. In fact, one of the examples I give in terms of lost media is like the Apple II computer. We used to have what was called Scholastic microzines. It was like, we had the first 5 or something like that. And they're just, like, educational things, like edutainment sort of things from back in the 80s. But I saw later ones. I found those online. But I never found any of the earlier ones, including the ones that I owned. And I had since sold off all that stuff, not thinking I would be into retro. You have a headache, you gotta ride and run. No worries. Definitely take care of yourself. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. I hope that headache does not linger. But thank you again for the raid and trusting me with your community. And we'll hope to see you again. About preventing lost media, it's shit's important. And yeah, absolutely. Like these Microsoft Scholastic microzines, they weren't anywhere online. I couldn't find them. And eventually, like every so often I would check just to see if like maybe somebody found some discs and uploaded them. And eventually somebody did. And like you can find all of Scholastic microzine now. Like I had even contacted Scholastic to see whether or not it was possible for them to, like, did they have a copy? I would purchase a copy and see if I could find some way to buy the hardware needed to make disc images of them. Their archival department couldn't help me. They just didn't have any of it. But somehow someone was able to find these and post them online, and I was able to get the diskettes that I used to own from archive.org. And that's something I might stream at some point just to kind of show you another fragment of my childhood. But that was, for a long time, I considered that lost media. And there's a lot of things out there, like, it may not have come over from where it was originally developed, like games from Japan or games in other countries, because maybe they don't have the same kind of desire to archive and preserve. So there's lots of things out there that could be lost. It's the same thing with really any media. You know, video, cartoons, movies, that kind of thing. Who knows what's lost? You don't know what's gone if you never experienced it in the first place, you know? Media treasure troves to unearth somewhere out there. But if we can preserve it in the first place, then future generations can enjoy it for all time. Ideally. Where do I want to go? Where do we want to go? Now that we have the hammer, where can we go? Let me do something real quick. Because I do not believe... Yes. Let me give you a follow. And there was a raid earlier. Let me scroll up here. I'll give you a follow as well. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to take a moment now that my brain is kind of focused on things, make sure I'm following people. And if you guys are not already following Artbarian, so Artbarian. Okay. Artbarian. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Definitely give them a follow. Check them out. I'm going to have to see what all they've been up to. What was their shout out? We were doing streaming of art. Art is always good. Whoops. I'm clicking the wrong things. Okay. Expert streamer, I promise. Wait a minute. I hear you. I hear you. I don't know where you're at. Where are you? Are you in here? There you are. Found you. Hey. I'm glad I jumped down here. Ooh, we got 40. Okay, let's go to town. Oh, hey, I just realized it's not raining boulders anymore. That's nice to know. But now we can go to town. Do we need to go to... what's her place? Do we need to see Darunia? Actually, I don't know that Darunia's here. Well, all the people that we freed should be here, right? Are any of them happy to see us? Okay, sure. Thank you, Flink. No more Volvagia means no more angry rain. True. I don't know if there's anything that changed or if there's anything I gotta, like, check out. Any hearts? Hearts? Thank you. Nom, 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 nom. Yeah, it seems awfully quiet. I don't know that they all found their way back. Let's go see if Darunia is. Nice thingamajig. Oh, there's somebody here. Hi. Thank you, Flink. Is that all they're gonna say? Okay. Okay, well, I guess we're done in here. That dog just sort of slid up there and scared me. That's why I named him Jason. Do you say thank you? You do. Okay. They all got the same thing to say. I get it. They're all very grateful. Nope. You don't want to go that way. We want to go upstairs. We want to go to town. And we want to see what our prize is for 40 Skulltulas. Look at that dog, just zips all over the place. Okay, there's another. Any goodies in here? Probably not. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. I just thought of something. Does anyone remember what the... Actually, before I do anything, let me... Oh, I used my fairy too. Shoot. Oops. No, that's not how we open doors, Flank. Gotta refill our potions. Now that we got plenty of money. What does a fairy cost? 50? Yeah. We can get fairies for free. Flink pulls out hammer. Is that how doors work? No. I mean, that's how they could work. I wouldn't recommend it. Can I hammer in a place where I can die? Where is it? Probably can't. Nope, okay. Oh, no, 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 no. That's not where I want that. Yeah, good enough. Oh, it's over here. Okay. Oh, this doesn't have fairies. Never mind. I can test that theory better now, though. Okay, you don't have to bomb. You can use a hammer. Cool. Oh, look. It's the archery game. I really don't want to do the archery game. Well, if they give me a bunch of money, then so be it. I don't know what else to spend it on right now. I don't expect them to give me a bunch of money. Please save my other brothers too. Oh, we already talked to you. Okay, never mind. Oh, we're not done with you. Oh, we gotta get you to 50 probably, don't we? So it's 10, 20, 30, 50, 100? Is that what that is? Gotta sign off. Have fun on your quest to stop Ganondorf. No worries, Wolf. Thank you very much for popping in. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. And we'll catch you later. Nighty-night for now. Let's see. Well, let me try to remember where we go and get a ferry. Was there somewhere in town we could do that? Or the graveyard?
Hey!
Yes, Navi. Those iron boots look like they weigh a ton. If you wear those boots, you may be able to walk at the bottom of a lake. Yeah, we got that a little out of sequence. We got it earlier. There's a few things that I sometimes will do out of sequence. Well, I mean, they're not really out of sequence because you don't have to do anything too special to get them, but... let's see. Are you a fairy place? No. Are you a fairy place? No. Only those two? I thought there was more. I thought there were 3. Am I mistaken? Well, let's get this, I guess. Yeah, I thought there were more than just those two, but it's fine. Oh, I didn't know I could go in there. The Gravekeeper's diary is here. Do you want to read it? Sure. Whoever reads this, please enter my grave. I will let you have my stretching, shrinking keepsake. I'm waiting for you, Dampe. I mean, I know what it is, but... Dampe, please. Ooh, woo. Can I get down here? Apparently not. Yeah, it's fine. I know I can do that as a kid, though. Would have been concerning if they used engorging. Oh, God. With a special shape at the tip. I'm looking at the hookshot and I'm thinking to myself, maybe. Do I have gloves on? Okay, I have gloves on. Well, I have fingerless gloves on. That's still not very hygienic. What do I need to do? Now that I have the hammer. Oh yeah, I was looking for a place where I can get a fairy friend and stick her in a bottle. My brain is just sort of frozen. Oh wait, we have a horse. What am I doing? Good job. Okay, I have to be out of range. Yeah, Hans is stuck. Oh, goodies. Oh, look, you figured out how to get unstuck. Climb, please. We spent so much time getting the horse squared away and figured out. It probably would have been faster. Just walk. Okay. Was the time save worth it? Inquiring minds want to know. Why was I here again? These aren't the fairies I'm looking for. This is not a fairy grotto. Wait a minute. I know where there were fairies and I didn't think of it at the time. The flag on the mountain. Oh. If you go toward the forest temple, there should be a fairy grotto on top of the maze somewhere. Yeah, I thought there was one here. No, I haven't been here, though. I just never felt like using a bomb. Yay, 5 whole rupees. That's probably a check, though, so it's probably something I need to get used to going into. Let's see, I came out of this direction. Oh no, you're good. So I don't mind, I don't think I have any backseating warnings. Do I? No, I think it's just photosensitivity warning. You know, oh, did I not remove it from my tags? Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I never think of those. Let's get rid of that and that and that. There we go. That should update. Thank you for telling me that. I totally just spaced on the tag thing, and usually my warnings are in the little thing just below me. So, yeah. So I have played this game before. I'm not worried about spoilers. You can backseat me if you think that it looks like I'm struggling. I'm mostly de-rusting and trying to figure out like all the different checks for when I do a randomizer so that I have some chance of doing it with some chance of success and not struggling too much. So like if you notice that I've missed something, it's fine. If it's like a new game or something, that's where I usually go the, you know, the no spoilers kind of thing. You'll backseat me all night? Insert obligatory eyebrow waggle here. You'll see yourself out? No need. You can hang around. It's fine. I don't think I used this, did I? No? Okay, wait. Let me up. Okay, now what? Do I... Whoops. Did I just go around in a circle? No. Oh, I like that, SG. Did I already get what was here? Might have already gotten what was here. Yeah. I forgot. And that's one of the things, it's like, if I can't remember what I did in vanilla, how am I supposed to remember what I did in randomizer? Also, like, I have not been paying attention to the directions that I'm taking, so I don't know if I'm actually... I think I went the wrong way. This is the chest grotto, right? Oh, no, this is something else. Okay. That's not how you use a shield, dum-dum. I don't want to talk to these guys. In Rando, there are trackers. I have had such a time getting trackers to work. Wait a minute, isn't there a built-in tracker for Ship of Harkinian? Okay, where am I going? It does have a built-in tracker? Okay, so then I actually gotta utilize it. It's supposedly pretty good. Okay. I think I just spaced on the directions I'm supposed to be taking. Okay, I know where I'm at now. Wait, no, that's not the right way. Ship's got it and it's excellent. Okay, good. I'm probably gonna need it. Could always song tele... Yeah, I probably should, since I'm just going to... Yeah, I should do that. Try to remember the song. Okay. That would be easy. Oh, right. Not necessarily easy. Because I gotta deal with this guy. Under normal circumstances, I have no problem with you trying to bang me. But I'm in a hurry. Good job. There. Sheesh. Can I get past you, please? No. Here goes my impact bomb. That guy probably... Could you stop? That one guy wants to bang me. This guy wants to penetrate me. I get it. You're very eager to have some shenanigans. with the Twinkie elf. You don't blame them? I can blame them. Alright. I just gotta remember to come here next time. Touch me. Yay. What do I have there normally? Let's put a camper over there. We don't need to stay here. Where do we want to go? Let's do... What is Lake Hylia? Whoop. No! You stupid buttons! Zora... Lake Zora stays frozen until... Let me see what's in here. Okay. That ain't anything special. But Zora Lake stays frozen until after Water Temple is cleared, correct? Don't touch me. Fine. You jerk. Zora Lake... I'm sorry. Lake Zora stays frozen until after Water Temple, right? Where's the other one? Wait, I heard you. Where you at? Fine. I'll come up here. Maybe that'll get your attention. Where are you? Where are you? Ladder, please. Let's watch a video of a guy who does irresponsible urban... Hang on. Give me 1 second, SG. They have birds that are being jerks. Wait, what? Oh. Okay. Just watched a video of a guy who does irresponsible urban explorations in foreign countries. Guy was exploring an abandoned tourist resort, and some random fellow who must be squatting there shows up and chases that guy around with a machete. Real life horror is great. Holy crap. Stays like that even after Water Temple? Oh, I thought I had to do the diving game again to get the golden scale. Am I misremembering that? Golden scale is when? Why is it not on this? That's weird. I'm not seeing silver scale either. Golden scale is... Oh! Well, then we can get that right away then. Well, okay. We can get that if I can fish. So I have the Nintendo Power Ocarina of Time guide. And I'm looking at the item chart, because it kind of tells you, like, when you can get things to help you sort of plan. And I don't see either of the scales. I know that you get silver scale just as a matter of course. Yeah. But that's weird. So, Fairy Ocarina, Hylian Shield, 2 bottles, another Hylian Shield, Bomb, Boomerang, Tree. Yeah, it should be before Jabu Jabu, and it's not. How odd. Wonder how that happened. Well. Didn't need that half heart anyway. Where else does this go? Bye, bird. Yeah, I guess we can go fishing. Hi. Well, do you want to go fishing for 20 rupees? Yes. Oh no, you don't have a rumble pack. With a rumble pack, you can feel the vibrations of a fish on your hook. This time, no rumble for you. Okay, listen up. Walk up to the water's edge and press Z to look at a fish. While looking at a fish, you can cast your line with B. Press A to break the line. When the lure drops into the water, you can wiggle it with a control stick. If you're a novice, you can also use B. Reel in your lure with A. Hold down A and R to reel it in faster. If you feel a hit, press A and control stick down to set the hook. After that, reel it in with A. Do you understand? No. I'm so generous, I'll let you fish as long as you want. However, you can keep only one fish. The biggest fish ever caught here weighed 7 pounds. After you cast, you can change your view with Z. Let's fish. Okay. I do not remember. I'm gonna have to get used to this. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. I know this is not a very big fish, but I need to, like, get a feel for how this works. Oh. Wait. Hitting the wrong button. Hey, what happened? You lost it. I mean, there's not exactly any indication that I'm doing good or bad. Oh, that was some... The plant life is kind of zooming in and out. Sort of... It's just an idea. I didn't want to go that far. I hit the wrong button to break. At least in the rando, this is a guaranteed first try. I noticed the setting for that. I wish I kind of knew the mechanics, because like as a kid, this is probably one of the more frustrating parts of the game. Yeah, you got a fish. Well, well, it's about 7 pounds. Do you want to keep it? Sure. Okay, fine. I didn't want you anyway. I believe the one that we want... Wait a minute. Do we want to do this at night? Or does he not let us do it at night? I forget. I know there's a big one. Oh, I think it's over there. You must retire. No worries, Keppa. Thank you for popping in and helping me out. It was good to see you. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant dreams. And we'll catch you later. Nighty-night. Oh, I think it's out of range. Okay. Where do I usually go to get the big fish? It's the big fish that's usually a big pain in the ass. But am I too far away now? No, I'm too far away. None of you are the fish I'm looking for. Maybe not. Okay. I'm too far away again. Okay, well, not what I wanted to do, but I'll take it, I guess. It's about 5 pounds. Do you want to keep it? No. Okay. I'm trying to fix the camera. There. But you're not interested. Not now, Navi. I'll get it eventually. Probably. Maybe. Hard to get its attention, and I'm not entirely sure how you want to do that. Yeah, okay, Navi. Just had something kind of funny happening in Zomboid? Uh-oh. What happened, JJ? Welcome in, though. Did you lose all your clothes again? You haven't had the clothes things happen to you yet? Yeah, oh, just so you know, JJ, that might be related to being bandaged. So if you, like, are injured and then you bandage the injury and then you attack, you might lose all your clothes. I think I got messed up a little bit there. Holy shit! I lured it in the whole way. And then it was just like, snatch mine. Yeah, I want to keep that. I have never had that fish land so easily. I've never had it come that close to me, though, either. So that was fun. What do you want? Weigh my fish. Whoa. This fish is huge. It looks like a new record. It weighs at least 19 pounds. Seriously. Okay, here's your prize. Yeah, you got the golden scale. Jump into the water and press A. Now you can dive much deeper than you could before. Yay! I know that there's a piece of heart in here, but I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, okay. Let's quit. You were looting a house. As soon as you took the orange soda from the fridge, a house alarm triggered. Was there any zombies that were messing with the windows or anything? 'Cause that's weird. Okay, Navi, what? Okay, that's what I thought. I guess that'll make it easier to get up here. But yeah, I guess you might kind of need a... I guess you kind of need that, don't you? Or you have to wait until after you've, handled the temple. Yeah, the game teleport you to a different corpse after you try to pick a corpse up to drag it. Oh, weird. Whoops. Thankfully, it was a house a few doors down, so you're able to book it. Well, yeah. Let's go and do a dive. Was it here or as a child that you get the heart container piece? Okay, I don't think it is. Oh! There's a bomb down there. Or there's a box to bomb down there. Talk. 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 You may not have noticed, but I've been watching you. You touched the bottom just now. Fantastic. I'll give this to you. Yay. Can I get... Whoops. Not what I meant to do. Can I? Oh wait, no, that's not gonna work, because as soon as the bomb goes in there, it'll go fizzle. Do I need a bomb chew for that? Let me try a bomb chew. Dog, you need to get out of there. Notice making spears in build 42 is way harder. They may require more steps, but I don't remember what they are. I know that you definitely need a knife. Same with getting thread. If you have something to pick at cloth, I think you can just pick at the cloth. I forget what tool you use though. But it's not just rip and get thread. Now you actually you take an action, but you can repeat the action. Oh, you need to have tailoring 1 to do it, and you need tweezers. Okay, that's what it was. I knew there was a tool, but I forgot about the tailoring 1 thing. Alright, let's see. Will this work? Oh, I can't use items here? Wow, how rude. I can use this. The spears require a sapling, not just twigs. Yeah. But if you have an axe, you can get them pretty easy. And you can take a knife and you can carve... I would say use the knife to carve saplings into long sticks, and then use that to, like, carve a spear. And then harden the spear. You cut down a tree, got 1 sapling, and guy was completely exhausted. Yeah, the low strength things actually really, really hurt. I'm gonna steal your monies. Wait a minute, there's something down there. What was that? What are you? Oh, you're a shark. Hello, shark. Oops. It's a very pixelated shark friend. Okay, I don't know that I can do this from here. Yep, that is a shark. That is shark friend. No. Oh. Okay. That's what I needed to do all that for. Okay. I figured things out. Oh, hi, Jason. Okay. Let us... We're gonna go to get to Lake Hylia. We're gonna hop inside, and we will call it there. And we will do Water Temple next time. Water Temple's going to be fun. Because it's Water Temple. Wait, I can go in here, right? Hang on. Down. Oh my gosh. Okay, I had a feeling I could do this. All right. Okay. That'll do it for tonight. Oh my gosh. Oh. Let's see who's up and out. Up and about. You know what? Let's just see who's awake. Who's awake? Who's streaming? Who's doing some stuff? Let's see. One of the things I'm looking at Club CRT, and it's like It would be great if the team member view would actually show what they're doing without having to click on them. Okay, well... Nocturnal Hannah is playing Dragon Quest IV, which is one of my most favorite childhood games. Ash said High is playing Oracle of Ages if I wanted to keep it Zelda. Well, Ash is pretty cool too. Yeah, we can keep it Zelda themed. Let me get some things ready here. Okay. Jason is trying his best. Okay, let's go say hi to Ash said hi. We'll keep it Zelda themed, and we will be back next week for some more Ocarina of Time. Water Temple, everybody's favorite. I get to try to remember all the things. As we wrap up for the night, I do want to remind you all that you matter, you are important, you are cherished, and you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage, be strong, and until next time, take care. Bye for now.